Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, March the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Mr. 143, and thank you very much, Pepe, in our YouTube room. So we're good to go in both rooms. Excellent. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this can hold. We've got a nice big pop in the SPY. Remember now, we're only at 668. So, but we'll take anything we can get. Can this VWAP hold it? Okay. I mean, we're pre-market right now. Can the VWAP hold it? I'm going to put a price right around that area and see whether or not that is going to be able to hold it. St. Patrick's Day Eve. Okay, Obi, Mr. Irishman. Okay, just give me a moment. So this Uli, guys, Uli, it's an earnings play, but the way it's trading, it's funny, I don't see anything about a buyout, but it's got to be. It's got to be. Entry into definitive agreement. Maybe that's it. Kind of merger. Okay. So that's it, guys. I mean, it's a earnings play, but it's also a buyout. So nothing really to see here now. So that is Yuli. Errors. I think Errors had some news. Um, well, we don't have it as an earnings play. March the 6th was earnings, but Q4 revenue misses analyst expectations as same store sales dip, but it's up. I don't know how to. I don't understand this. I mean, we had it as earnings as March the 6th, but evidently it's earnings today. At any rate, it's up, and that is errors. This one I cannot. Again, I cannot find any news on this one. DSGR distribution group. I cannot find any news on this one whatsoever, other than lawyers wanting you to join a class action suit. Okay, and that's the DSGR. That's a great move. I mean, look at this. He's wiping out all this. What do they do? According to the profile. Maintenance and repair products to industrial, commercial, institutional, etc. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this one. Low float, 8 million in the float. Not too many. Not too much is traded yet. Guess we'll just have to watch and see how it opens. William, NSRX. It's a cheap one. The initial press release for this one, and it's still the same press release, but the initial reaction to NSRX shows significantly faster and higher early epinephrine absorption, etc., on phase 2. So the stock topped on that, and now it's down 30%. I'm just looking to see if I've already done financing. I cannot see any news on that. So I don't know what to make of this one, William. You know what? Okay. Pepe says I'm loud and clear on the mic in YouTube. Anybody else? The reason I asked, there's a little gear now beside that never used to be there. That's like an addition in this room, so I don't know what that means. There's a little gear, and it's called audio settings. But let me ask the main room. Are we okay? Last thing I want is audio cutting in and out. So it might be on your end, Steve. So I just need a couple of. Well, it's not a matter of hearing me. Is it still clear though? Thank you, Dylan. But just fine. No, it is deteriorating. Okay. Son of a. So if Pepe says it's deteriorating, then there's something wrong. This is a new addition here. Let me see if that does anything. We haven't had sound issues for so long now. Oh, man. Well, I've got the right mic. It's the Elgato Wave 3. That is what I'm supposed to be using. In YouTube, it's fine though, right? Hmm. Well, let me keep going. There are some little settings in there. I can switch the mic a little bit, but I don't want to do that. So, but when Pepe says it's deteriorating, that usually means it's deteriorating. Well, let me keep going. Okay, maybe it's going to come back. Okay, I'm just going to hope it comes back because I really don't know what to do otherwise. Okay, guys, let me keep going. Hopefully, it's Pepe. You let me know. Okay. A lot of so Bitcoin guys, IBIT is having a surge here. So if you're looking to trade Bitcoin, you can trade this stock. Or this not really a stock, but ETF for Bitcoin, IBIT. Okay, but we have a lot of here's BMNG. That is a two-time ETF for BMNR. MVST. Actually, this is microvast. Okay, so you mean when I'm turning my head? Okay, because that used to be a problem. It used to be a problem that sometimes it would fade in and out, but again, I haven't had a problem in a long, long time. CRWG, another Bitcoin play, guys. CRWG. Okay, thank you, William, on the NSRX. NBIL, guys. NBIL. This is well, actually there were two of them, NBIL and NBIG, which has more volume. I think the NBIG has more volume, a little cheaper also. This is a two-timer for NBIS. NBIS did have some news this morning. NBIS had some news trading higher after the company announced a 5-year, $12 billion AI infrastructure agreement with Meta using NVIDIA. So they've got Meta, they've got NVIDIA in the press release. They've got 12 billion over 5 years, but still, and they've got AI. So they're covering all their bases. So this is yeah, big move, NBIS. But this is the two timer, okay, NBIG or NBIL. I think again, NBIG has a little more volume. Spread is on this one. Yeah, but the same spread. So again, so this is a two timer. So if you thought NBIS was going to continue higher at some point, you can buy either of these two. All right, what else? So I have my eye in the. Let me take a look at CLAR, guys. This was a big one from last week. Big level right there. That 668 level. I have a price alert in that area. Okay, 668, just in case it takes it out. You can see what's happening with it. And if it does, the next high is 20. So I have a price alert in this for KLAR in this area. The area again, meaning the high of these 2 days, which is 1673 and 1678. Another one from Friday was LFMD. The volume's picking up. Another one from, yeah, this is another big one from Friday. Well, actually, it was 2 days before, and then Thursday and Friday, kind of on Tuesday and Wednesday, two big days for LFMD. And also, another one to watch is STGW. STGW, yeah, I think we never clear any of this. The next highs are 720. So just ideas, guys. No volume yet in the STGW yet. Trade of the week, guys, is blogged. So cheap one. Yeah, so plug is the trade of the week. Trigger 232. So that looks like the high. Yeah, that's the high of Thursday. And also the week before high. It is. The audio. Hmm. What in the world could it be? Thank you, Pepe. Pepe. So it basically, when you said loud and clear early, so it's just deteriorate. Word. It's fading badly. Deteriorating. Oh man, what to do? I'll try to change the mic. No, I don't mean change the mic, but I'm gonna go to. Let's see if. Just let me know, guys. What I'm doing is I've got these. The mic that I'm supposed to be using is called Elgato Wave 3, but there are different versions of it, I guess. So let me just see if I switch to that one, what happens. Just let me know, okay? But it's interesting because Balagan in our YouTube room says it's fine, but you may. So I'm just going to keep talking. I've just switched that mic to a slightly different version of the Elgato. So let me know if it makes any difference at all. Is it better, worse? I'll just keep talking, okay? Well, I don't really, well, you know, okay. Let me go back. I want to go back to that mic. Okay, there's something. Okay, there's a couple things I can do on the mic itself. Just let me know if anything is making any difference at all. There are little settings on the mic that I can play around with, but I haven't changed anything for months, so that's what bugs me. All right, I'll keep talking. There was a big difference just now. Good or bad, FinFan? Good or bad? Bad. Okay. Let me. Boy, this is it's interesting that some are having issues, some are not. There it is again, as in there it is again. Good. You got to help me a little. Like there's it again. Oh, bad. Hmm. It got louder. And William has no problem. So what is going on? So William, on your end, has it changed at all from last week? Yeah, but you're hard of hearing, so I don't, I can't trust you. No, 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 no. There's no distorted. Not a big deal. It sounds normal right now, FinFan. Okay. To you, okay. Thank you, Pepe. I don't really know what else to do. The only thing I could do is just reboot everything, but start my computer over again. But I don't want to do. Yeah, but tolerable is that's about the lowest bar. That's a low bar, though, right, PJ? Somebody said, "Yeah, you're tolerable." Okay, well, I'll just have to keep going, guys, until it becomes a major issue, I suppose. It may be just after a reboot, but I don't want to do that. Like when I say reboot, reboot my computer. So I don't want to do that if I don't have to. All right. So what do we got here? Click is another one that's up, guys. CLIK. Of course, this is. Yeah, I thought this had something to do with Bitcoin again. Okay. Now, let me take a look at some of the major sectors and see what's happening with them. Okay, well, William, well, you can always take a day off, you know. So XLE, so there's so the interesting. I thought it would be down a lot more, but I guess it isn't. Obviously, it's not. So there's XLE, energy sector, obviously still way above the 200-day. I'm more interested in the ones that were below the 200-day last week, which is like XRT, still moving away from the 200-day moving average. XLV, it's still above it, but moving into it, getting closer. There's that moving average. This was another big one, though, XLK. So XLK actually closed above it, or just added. Yeah, XLK, the technology ETF closed right on it. Financials, another huge one, of course. Wow, still drifting away from it. We know that discretionary was below. And materials and industrial still above, but and how are the semis doing? SMH. Yeah, semis today. A nice run in the pre-market anyway. Aha! Try something here, guys. I have a feeling something. Pepe, this looks like no. I thought I had something. I thought I had something licked here, but no. All right, guys. Let's see. Sing, yeah, CING. CING is up 14%. How much volume is there? There is pretty good volume. Okay, so airs, what's the next high looking left? Excuse me, looking left. The next high is 329 and then 337. So it's not a, it's, well, it's a low float, not crazy low. 17 million in the float. Look at the volume already, 15 million. I just don't get this, preliminary sale, Q1 sales. Okay, so the preliminary Q1 sales, 38 mil, so it's above that, but it looks like they lowered their guidance. So I don't get this one at all. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, does it? It's moving higher on And it's on a lot of volume, 15 million. Okay, guys. So this is an earnings play. I can't remember if I mentioned this one. Yeah, I mean CTMX. This is an earnings play. Okay, CTMX. Morning, Lily in the main room. This is an earnings play, CTMX. So this has really cleared all this now. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. You've got to go back, what, 4 or 5, almost 5 years now to get to these highs. So there's not a lot of resistance really for CTMX. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:22. So I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running. So just give me a moment as I save my layout. All right, guys, give me a moment as I just rearrange, get these things dropping down a little bit more. And let's see if there are any that I missed in the top. So these are the top six. Okay, these are the top six movers from Friday's close. The other layout had the top 15. Want to see if there's anything that snuck in that we did not talk about. NSA. I don't think we talked about NSA. Now this looks. I mean, this looks like a buyout. Yeah, it's going to be acquired by public. Okay, so that's a buyout. NSA. Okay, now I'm not getting that flat line across for Yuli. No, it is. Okay, they're being acquired for 550 a share. Okay. It doesn't look flatlined like the other one. So okay, so this is going to be acquired for 550 share in cash. When you say good to go, Lily, you mean you're not getting any are you saying that you're not getting any results? If you're not getting any results, more than likely, okay, more than likely that you're using the relative volume filter. Okay. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. For instance, here, See, I've got the relative volume filter, the current volume, okay? If you're using the current volume, which is fine when the market opens at 9:30, but if you're using it in the pre-market, so if any of your scans has that, this one, the relative volume, if you're using that in the pre-market, you'll get no data, okay? That might be it. So there's nothing wrong with it, okay? It's just a matter it'll start working, at 9:30. Now, you may not get an alert right at 9:30, but that is that's the reason that's the thing that usually, stumps people. Okay, guys, let's take a quick look at the major sectors. So everything is positive. Every sector is positive. XHB home builders, not well, it's not negative. Okay, that's what the best we can say about it. It is not negative. What's silver doing? Just out of curiosity. Gold is down here. Where are you, SLV? There you are. So yeah, so silver, nothing really shaking on silver. Not no, they're up or down. But you can see right here, SMH. This is the leading sector right now as we speak. The semis, NLR, the nukes, and uranium, technology, XLK. But things can change. I think the big thing for the SPY, can it hold the VWAP? Now, guys, I may be interrupted several times today. Okay, so I'm gonna have to obviously I'll let you know when it happens, but I may be interrupted several times today. Well, yeah, I mean, I have my doubts this is going to hold, but I'm going to try to remain reasonably positive that maybe we'll have maybe a nice day in the market. Nice meaning, I don't care. Well, I do. I mean, it's a lot nicer if the market's up, but trending, trend. No, all that chop that we've been having. Yeah, no, it's not it, Balagan. All right, guys, we've got 9:29, so we have a minute to the market open. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. So we'll see where that takes me. March break. Wow. All right, guys, we've got about 10 seconds to the 9:30 open. Yeah, there are a lot of shares actually, aren't there, PJ? Six over almost 7 million shares. Okay, guys. So there's the LFMD. It just so we're now open. Well, the 9:30 open. LFMD just had a little pop here, guys. The high 3 days ago was 464. 64. 4 sixty-four. 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 4 sixty-fo Oops, sorry, get rid of this. Now we should see a lot of stocks in here today, okay? As well, assuming the market doesn't do this, keep doing this. Let's see what happens here. There's your opening 5-minute bar. Okay, I just want to see if it can hold the VWAP. VWAP is rising into it now. Yeah, there's a SST popping right there. You can see it right there. It's a big move, guys. 1.8% in this race is a big percentage move. Most of the time, you don't see too many. Well, maybe at the beginning of the day you might, but most of the time you don't see too many that are over 1%. We have our first halt of the week, guys. PAVS. PAVS is halted on the way down. Nothing to see there, really. Then NBIS, guys. I have this one thumbnailed NBIL. It's a two timer for NBIS. Ripping here, guys. So let's take a look at NBIS. Lots of headline type news. Okay, Meta, Nvidia, AI, 5 billion. Okay, lots of eye catching stuff in the headline. Okay, 5 year, 12 billion. AI, Meta, Nvidia. All right, airs broke down below 3, and now it's back up again. AIRS airs. I saw Upstart also in the pre-market, guys. Upstart, PST, this little move, but let's take a look at here, 29. Actually, it's got a little bit of room. I got about a dollar to the next high, UPSD. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but it does have some room. Okay, earnings play on the way down now, guys. CTMX earnings play on the way down. There are a lot of shares available for me to short, 2 million. Not that I want to short it right now, but it's giving up its gains. It's underneath the VWAP market. Okay, guys. So the market tested the number. Now the VWAP is rising, of course, as the volume comes in, all that volume. So the VWAP that tested. So errors. What did I say was the next high? Okay, so errors on a monthly chart. Monthly chart. The next high is 329. Okay, that's 2 months ago. If somehow it takes that out, then the next high is 367, and then we really got something going here on the monthly chart. Okay, it's already up, but it is already up 73%. Doesn't mean it can't be up 200% by the end of the day. Now, Mosaic is Yeah, big down day on, well, yeah, big down day on Friday after two big up days. Again, fertilizer play. I guess we're going to have to call this is a Hormuz straight play. Okay. So down on Friday, moving down again today. The next low looking left is 27.24. So there's certainly room underneath the mosaic to keep moving down if it wants to. All right, guys. So now errors is pulled back a little bit, not much. It's still holding three though. Sleep Number, that was an earnings play, I believe, last week. No, actually, it's upcoming. Wait, yeah, it was last week, March 12th. So SNBR, Sleep Number, wow, just all time, got to be an all time low. All time low. As we're talking about AGRZ, that was a big one last week, wasn't it? Yeah, or yeah, at one Thursday. It was a huge day on Thursday. Oh, this is one of those ones under a dollar. Okay, well, have at it, guys. I'm going to put a price alert around a dollar. Let's see if it takes that out. WNW guys on the move here. Meiwu Technology out of China. So this is, guys, keep an eye on this one. Well, actually, it's not a low float, 40 million in the float. Um, this was not active in the pre-market at all, but it is starting to move here. Unveiled strategic AI insights initiative as part of its ongoing efforts to enhance research collaboration and operational efficiency across functional skincare business. Okay. Ran in our YouTube room saying that plug is getting close to the trigger. What's the trigger? 232 is the trigger. So did it hit 232? Not quite. Not quite. Of course, how you trade it, if you trade it, is going to be up to you. Okay, but yeah, almost hit the trigger. 231. Yeah, within a penny. Ooh, hopefully nobody was in this one. My goodness, the Pavs now. PAVS. All right, let's take a look at Go. With the grocery outlet. Wow, this is getting slacked a bit here, guys. Not quite an all-time low. I guess this is the all-time low down here at 664. Another one moving down, not quite a lot. Well, it's not an all-time low, but LAES. Ethereum play, ETH, guys, ETH. So, all right. Well, we've got a couple from our AI, and guess what? Airs is one of them. So Boy, there's a lot of you look at these headlines in this one. Now this headline is saying the company issued preliminary Q1 sales results above estimates. Okay. Q4, this is for errors. You start looking at these headlines, Q4 revenue misses analyst expectations, delays 2025 filing over intercompany transaction classification issue. I mean, it's all over the place. Did not see this in the pre-market. It was not active at all, but MDLZ is now on the move here, guys, and there is room. Yes, 58.30 or so is the next high. So that is MDLZ. No, Morgan Stanley maintains coverage, a price target of 70. Okay, so I think that must be the only reason. I don't see any other news on it. Named a top pick at Morgan Stanley. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, William, you get down to that root cellar of yours and protect yourself. All right, guys. So Ayers is just hanging at that three level. Okay, Ayers is hanging at the three level. We have another halt. Now this has been a very active one. Is it halted on the way up? Nope. NCI halted on the way down. Another cheap one for you guys. Don't mind playing stocks or trading stocks under a dollar. HCWB, another cheap one. Well, so far the market is again that VWAP is rising, of course, with all the volume coming in, but so far, not looking too bad. We did not get an instant sell-off. Ooh, this one is taking a lick in here. This PP. There are shares available now. This was a new IPO last week. There are shares available now at Interactive Brokers. There weren't last week. This is PAP, PAYP, sorry. All right, guys. Now, LFMD, I got to take a look at this a little more closely on the weekly chart. It's got a little bit of room, not much. 497 is the high. We're at 468 now. That's on the weekly chart, so I'm not sure this is as nice as I thought it could have been. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I have to make some. What is this? It's just a little beep. Okay. Okay. Well, Ayers is not holding three right now, guys. Ayers is not holding three. Now we will get a reentry. I'm going to tell you exactly where the reentry could be. 291, 297. Okay, guys. Well, look at what happened, eh? Sorry. Look what happened, eh? CTMX, right back up, right back up. This was fading pretty badly, you know. Six, got down to six, and now right back up and through the VWAP, through the VWAP. Okay, CTMX. Guess where that showed up? Don't like the fact they did this first, but let's see how well it holds over the VWAP. Okay, the next high, does it have room? So I'm looking at the monthly chart, and there's a high right there, 697. So it's a little bit above that, 753. So and what did it get to today? We got up to 736. So you get up to about almost $8 in the pre-market. So definitely keep an eye on this. This is an earnings play, one of the fewer earnings plays today. It's not a low float. You are right. WNW is halted on the way up. WNW halted on the way up. May, oh, this is the May. Well, yeah, we just saw this one. Oh my goodness. Look at this Pavs now. Halted on the way down again. Wow. The US stock, too. I thought it might have been a China stock, but it's not, or Singapore or non USA, but it is not. It is just getting annihilated right now, guys. And there's the explosion now for CTMX, guys. You can see the AI alert right there at 719, and we're at 748 now. I'm gonna let this race finish. Again, getting all jumbled here. The volume like in this one, this GPGI, it's not bad. It's half a million shares right now, 4.5 times normal. It's been in a steady downturn until today. There is room 1793. There is certainly room for it to move. Shoot, I mean, I just missed it. I don't like the spread though. William, you're playing a bounce play. I know you are for the HIMAX, HIMX. Wow, CTMX guys, that just exploded off that. Got through the VWAP and just exploded. Again, one of the few earnings plays today. Now this is shortable for me. Okay, 2 million shares available. Might be too late at Interactive Brokers for CTMX. Players is just yeah, just giving it up. Okay, so this is a little bit of news in this one today. So the GPGI Executive Chairman Dave Cote to join JP Morgan Industrials Conference fireside chat. Doing a little FDR stuff. All right, guys. I mean, this to me, it's interesting just because it's got the room. Okay, the GPGI. This area here, see if it gets up there. Problem is, it's just sort of stalled in terms of the activity. I'm just looking at my time in sales. It's just kind of stalled. So not ARIS, guys, but ARIS. Okay, don't make a mistake here. But ARIS is moving. Okay, the issue is 2054 is the next high looking left. I have commitment problems on this one, on the GPGI. Just not trading rapidly, but at the end of the day, you never know what this is going to do. Obviously, if I knew what it was going to do, I'd be in this one. All right, better move on. Okay, how about this one, guys? It's just over the whole number, SMPL, just over the whole number. And what sort of room does it have? And the answer is not much. Shoot. 1521, the next high is 1550. So It's not that far away from the next high. Yeah, there you're talking about the PayP, PayEYP. Well, CTMX should not hold those gains. Yeah, it's pulled back pretty severely. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's 9:57. So I think what I'm going to do now, a little early, but I'm going to go over my homepage, okay? And all the information you can find on my homepage, including scans, races, etc. And as always, how to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas if you are ready. Before I do that, though, SVCO, which got, yeah, this is a nice one on Friday, guys, and it looks like it wants to continue for a while. But as always, looking left, what do we see? The next high is 586. Not bad. That's on a weekly chart. I don't know what the daily high within that week would be, but that's not bad. SVC at, and Needham's trying to pump this to 10. See if anybody else, trying to see if there's any open market sales agreement. This is on the 13th. This was on Friday. All right, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, this is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, you get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter which plan you pick, either the standard or the premium service. Premium, of course, has our AI. That's the biggest difference. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. I'm moderating two trading rooms, a YouTube room, and the main room here, as I call it, the main room, the trading room. And the company tracks the use of the codes. So if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about what is this other room all about, well, it's free also, okay, but it's also open at quarter to 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me, so Obi opens at 6:45. So if you're looking for some interaction amongst other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room, 6:45. Now, when I leave, sometime usually between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time, William usually keeps the room open, but he's said he might be a little under the weather today, so I don't know what his plans are. Okay, but I'll call on a normal day. We're usually open between 6:45 and 3:45. So again, you can stay in YouTube if you want, but again, if you're looking for more interaction amongst other traders, come into this room. And if you keep scrolling down from my homepage, keep it simple. Get to the trade of the week. Just give me one moment, please. All right. So yeah, if you scroll down and at the bottom here, near the bottom or mid, actually probably mid. But anyway, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. Okay, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Sign up for the trade of the week, and you don't think you're getting the email. Before you contact us, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Trade of the week are designed for longer term holds. How you trade them, if you trade them, completely up to you, of course. When you get the email, there's a suggested entry and a stop. But again, how you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. Okay, now on my homepage, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or if you're wondering about the product, click on the education section, click on the more info. First thing you must do as a new subscriber is this, okay? The Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Mandatory you do that. Next step, if you don't know about this product and you're wondering if it's a good fit for you, start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can try us for a month. You know, these monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel them at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free. Okay. If you're new to trading, I suggest you take a look at these if you're brand new to trading. Next, if you're looking for my scans, races, etc., click on the middle section. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, middle section, custom scans. Okay. So technically not all scans. This is a race, a large cap race is right here. This is more like a scan, two competing scans. Okay. The movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Okay. Anything in red is a new low of the day. All real-time alerts. Anything in green is a new high of the day. Okay. This is the up big. This is the don't repeat version. Up big yesterday, down big today. Okay. Right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. I have another race that I'm sharing. I don't have it up and running, but you can take a look at it if you want. Some other scans that I'm sharing that I do not have up and running. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. Okay. And I have the pulse resumes on my other monitor. People ask for my layout. Basically, what I've done is you can pick a la carte what you might like. Okay. Any questions about them, you can ask me. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're both support rooms too. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I will do my best to answer your questions. Tigo bouncing around the alert. Okay. I haven't seen Tigo, I don't think at all, but okay. TIGO. So the reason I haven't seen it, the volume is a little light and the relative volume is light. Okay. So that's going to be the reason I haven't seen it. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that's the reason why I haven't seen it. It's a very close to a lifetime high, so it's obviously a very strong. It's a very strong stock. It's been on a tremendous multi-month move. Not much more I can add. If there's any in the communication sector, telecommunications, I guess. So not much more I can add. Is it Luxembourg? Yeah. So for tax purposes, this is out of Luxembourg. I don't know where Latin America and Africa. Okay. Again, out of Luxembourg for tax purposes. So that's about it. I can't really. I'm not a swing trader. Okay, so I really can't. But obviously, a very strong stock. Yeah, shoot, the best one from our AI so far right now as we speak is this short of IPI. Now, what we're at 4101 and the low right there is 4090. So that will be interesting to see if it holds it. If it doesn't hold it, got a lot of room still underneath. Interesting. Well, I mean, the market's holding its gains. Yeah, we have not had a sell off. I don't think there's any economic numbers coming out today that could affect the market. Check my calendar that I pop in every day. What's happening at 10 o'clock? We have the housing market index, and that didn't really affect anything. So, okay, I guess we're good. No, this one, guys, this was the one that had a massive run from about $1.37 all the way up to 6.30 in 3 days. A couple of pullbacks on Thursday and Friday. Right at the 200-day moving average right now. I can't remember if they did a financing, but anyway, it's right at the 200-day moving average now. We're talking about ACXP. Now, dare I ask how the volume is? Are we back to normal? Not the volume, but the audio. I should say the audio. Yeah, ACXP guys. I mean, obviously, keep an eye. I mean, the longer it holds over the 200-day moving average, the better. That next high is 551. That was the high on Thursday. The low float, 2.7 million. Good volume. This is the one DXST reverse split today, I guess. You said Obi, China stock. Lift could be interesting. No, it can't be. Just look left. All these little areas you could easily stall. So, all right, guys, I am now going to. Okay, LFCR on the way down here, guys. On the way down. This is Look at jets, guys. So yeah, the price of oil must be, or jet fuel anyway, must be coming down. Okay, there's jets on the move. Now, it's been beaten up, of course, for the last several weeks. Here, right there is 24.74. So let's take a look at United Airlines. Yeah, so UAL, I think airline's been struggling, of course, for the last several weeks. So UAL on the way up. UMAC is getting thumped here, guys. Wow, what a thumping here. Is it going to have a bounce at any point? UMAC now is getting close to the 1820 mark. That is the next low looking left, I believe. Okay. Where could this bounce? Again, the next low looking left for UMAC is 1826. So getting very close. Look, if it takes that out, then the next low is 1684. Still a ton of room underneath if it can take that out, but you'd be chasing it. So, all right, guys, what I want to do now is I want to go over the major sectors, see how they're doing. I want to check to see what the top mover and the weak and the bottom mover is in each sector. So let me just go to the, excuse me, go to my toolbar, click on new, click on dock channel bar, click on the show more, scroll down until I see sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the sectors in this top list window. These are the ones that we're tracking. Are there more sectors? Of course there are, but these are the ones that we're tracking. You can see SMH. We saw this in the pre-market. The semis were the top performing sector. Okay. Worst performing sector, not by much, but wow. Yeah, well, that's what we figured. XLE energy with perhaps with I guess oil prices going down a bit, but worst performing, but it's not negative. So every single sector is positive right now. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, let's take a look at the individual sectors. Some of them we don't have them all, but let's take a look at. You know what? I like to find one that's reasonably negative. I mean, the worst performing sector is energy, as we saw. 60%. Now, what do these percentages mean? So the 60% in green means that in XLE, 60% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. 40% are below. So still, I mean, it's still positive. So there's the best one, best in terms of being up the most from Friday's close is Halliburton, HAL. What's the worst one? Scroll down, and we get COP. Conoco, that's Conoco. Okay. Perhaps more interesting though is let's take a look at retail. Wow, look at Wayfair. Wayfair is up 4.9%, guys. Retail's having 78% are up for the day. A Dollar Tree, a Carvana, some big moves, there's some big percentage moves. So that's interesting. There's Wayfair. But what also could be interesting, let's scroll down. What's the worst one? Ollie, OLLI, down 2.2% for whatever reason. So it's running counter to its sector. Okay, see how that works? Healthcare, look at every single PODD, up the most. That's a big move with a $229 stock to be up 4.3%. That's a big move. But there is some stock not up for the day. DVA is the worst stock in this sector. DVA, for whatever reason, is down 0.6%. So some of you, this is maybe or may be the only reason you use trade IDs. You come to this channel, you check out to see what the top sectors are, and then within a sector, you check out to see what the top performing stock is and what is the worst performing. And you might take two of the sectors and just track them all day long. Whichever maybe two favorite sectors. They could change every day, of course, but what you can do though is you can pop something out, okay, in any of the theme-based channels that we've got. If you want something, so you don't have to stare at this channel all day long. If you right click and duplicate into free floating window, okay. Now that's what is supposed to happen when you right click. You should see this. Sometimes it'll just say duplicate, okay. But when you do that, this is what happens. You have a free floating window. That's what I've got. I've got my sector status, top sectors here, and this is a free floating window that I incorporate as part of my layout. Once you do that, once you pop it out, you can make changes. So, for instance, you might not want to looking here. You might want to see like a stock, $300 stock or something. So you can change anything once you've popped it out. Have the price range you want, the minimum volume that you want, maybe a relative volume. You can treat it just like it's your own. Okay. If you have any questions about that, just let me know. All right, guys. Now CTMX may be revving up for another run. Okay. Um, I mean, it fell at the beginning, still very positive, and then it popped through, got through the VWAP. Our AI had it. Nice move, pulled back, maybe holding the VWAP. Okay, maybe holding that VWAP area. So this is an Ethereum play. Okay, this SBET. This is one of the first ones that got into this craze. Basically changing. I mean, they may have always been, but I know they bought a lot of Ethereum and maybe even some Bitcoin. And this it looks like back in this month. Okay, guys, just give me another minute or so. All right, so for this ACXP, what I'm going to do was that's too far. So I'm going to maybe put a price alert around the 517, 520 mark and see if it gets back up there. Maybe has a bit of a rip from there. Okay, now NSR. I have this one thumbnail. That's the only reason I'm going to talk about it. But NSRX, clobbered down on. No, here's it. You look at that headline. Well, let me back this up. So you see that headline, top line results, positive top line data, etc. So that's why the stock popped. In the pre-market. This is the pre-market. It popped. It has been steadily down, as William says. They have no money to maybe take it to the next level. Well, guys, I mean, look, the market is has not had any real pullbacks yet. I mean, maybe there was a little pullback at right on the open, actually, ninth. Well, not really a pullback, but we've been making higher highs or higher lows and higher highs. Okay, guys, is this shortable? It is shortable for me. This could be an interesting one to short. Okay, ARIS. Look what it's doing. It's getting down through the whole number of 20. It's at the VWAP right now. The VWAPs are around, well, 1975. That refers to the VWAP if you don't take into account pre-market data, I believe. But that line right there is taking into account pre-market data, which I think is the way to go. So, stock trades a lot in the pre, though it didn't really trade that much in the pre-market. But at any rate, it's close enough. It's at the VWAP area. So I'm going to put a price alert down here. I want to see if it continues down. And that is the ARIS. Not to be confused with the heirs. Okay, there is a there's AIRS heirs, and then there's ARIS. When he's talking about the orbs, oh, okay. Now I know now why I wasn't seeing it, but it's just breaking over a dollar now. ORBS, Eightco Holding, so just breaking above a dollar. Well, I guess if you got it down here, you're laughing. But right now, guys, I mean, there's all sorts of potential areas that could stall, in my opinion. You've got this one right over here 2 days ago at 110, 110, 116. I've got all these little areas that could stall. Maybe not. I might just power right through them. Well, where could this one go? UAMY. The next high looking left is 1141. So there's certainly room on a weekly chart. But on the daily, I think probably the same. Yeah, so there is some room for this one. It just cleared a high of a couple of days ago. Let's see if it kind of pulls back a bit, because right now you'd be chasing it. Boy, this one has been a tremendous one, but it's taken some profit here. FSLY, tremendous one in that they had a really good. I don't know if this is earnings or not, but at any rate, a big pop and really been holding. This is a first day. Well, we don't know if it's going to end up negative, but this is FSLY, guys. So where could we short this one if we wanted to? 24, the next low looking left. 24.20, so it's below that. Then the next low looking left is 23.47. So there's a little bit of room underneath, about 50 cents underneath. Look at that weekly chart, even more. Last week it came from 19. Well, okay, guys, LFCR just made another new low, and it actually popped up into the wave a bit, and but it's made another new low. And this is actually this is an earnings play. Didn't realize it. This is an earnings play. LFCR is an earnings play. Where this CTMX, guys, is really basing here now. CTMX, I think it's just over the VWAP. Just over the VWAP, you can see what it's doing. It's the VWAP is trying to hold it, acting as support. It is just okay. Give me a moment here. How did- Okay, guys. Well, I'm definitely interested. I mean, the ARIS is now still underneath the VWAP, with a little leg down. All right. Well, I don't know if this is our first uh-oh moment, maybe. We got a couple of downturns, but more importantly, there's the VWAP right there. Okay, for the SPY. Can that hold it, or is it going to get through that? Give me a moment, guys. There's some games being played here. Just give me a moment. Just give me one moment, guys. I'm on the LFCR. I think if you look at the bid apps and some games are being played. All right. Okay. Well, this is what I'm talking about on the LFCR. Okay. I'm in this one. Okay. And all of a sudden the spread just got crazy. 502, 519. It was not even close to that when I'm okay if it, especially if that ask catches up to the bid, I'm fine. All right, guys. Well, let's see. There is their. Let's see if this can hold. Let's see if the VWAP can get above the VWAP again. Still holding the VWAP, guys. CTMX still holding the VWAP. Holding the VWAP. When I say that, it's just a little bit above the purple line there. Well, it's quite a bit above it actually. So it's holding it, acting so far, acting as support. I do see that NUAI is here. Certainly has room on a monthly chart. Let's take a look at a weekly chart and the 691. It looks like that same high. Yeah. So on the weekly chart and on the daily chart, the issue would be 590. Okay, 590. If you can get through that, then you've got that same high. That's a daily high and a monthly high. I'm sorry, a weekly high right here on that day. But it's got to get over. It has to get over or clear 590. See how plug is doing now. I don't think it did not trigger. Came within a penny of triggering. Trigger is 232, so it got within a penny. All right, guys. Now ACXP, obviously very volatile with a big volume. Not as big as a few days ago when it hit about 100 million, 107 million shares traded. I'm not a big fan of plug. That's not too. I know what Steve was looking at. See, for me, plug. There's a high right there. That's a high it's got to take out. Okay, the 232. But then the next high is 248, and it's too for me anyway. It would just be too close. If because you've got to wait if you're waiting on the email when it says 232 is the trigger around there. So if it does take that out, then you've got some resistance probably around 250. For me, that's just too close. The CTMX though certainly has some promise. The longer it holds, that or over the VWAP. Ugh, 10 times genomics, TXG. Okay, so yeah, you can see this one is having, I mean, the average true range is 10 cents. Okay, that's what it's done over the last 14 days. That's been its range. Today, of course, 267 for the WNW. So this is, boy, there are shares available to short. I cannot believe it. Not many, 28,000. Oh, yeah. So it's an AI play, AI play. Not that I want to short this, but I mean, it's always interesting to me to see if there are shorts available for some of these little ones and 131% now. What did it get up to? Got up to 460, pulled back a bit. 14-day average pull. All right, guys, 10:42 right now. So I want to Just read my mind, though he posted that earlier at 10:09. So it'll be Chris today. Okay, Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room between noon and 1 o'clock Eastern time. So about an hour and 15 minutes from now. I don't want to ask Pepe, but how's the audio now? Yeah. So now we're starting to take out that VWAP and a little more normal, you would say. Okay. Well, then that's good. Okay. Thank you, Obi. All right. Must have been a minor blip at the beginning. Poet, guys. I just looked at this one, and so again, the next low looking left, a little too close, unfortunately. If it takes that out, though, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just I want to see way more room. If I'm going to short something, I want to see when I look left, I want to see a lot more room where a stock could go until it hits that next low, kind of like the ARIS. I was going to alert Poe to PAVS. I don't know, Poe, you're in the room. I know you're in the room. This is your style right here, and that's the PAVS. Just got halted. I mean, it got trashed down. You can see that. I mean, it got halted many times on the way down, and you might be a little late though. I mean, it is bounced off that 32 level. Well, that is a beautiful run for TME guys. Look at that wave on the 2 minute chart. Hardly any breaking down below the low of the wave. Just a nice narrow wave all the way up. So as always, about this time, when I'm talking about the wave, if anybody wants to have the wave added to their charts, just let me know. Part of the standards, well, you know how you can do it. Part of the standard service, okay? Just looking to see if any shares have been snapped up at Interactive Brokers, but there are still 28,000 available. Just wanting to see if again, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. There are 28,000 shares available. I'm just looking to see if they're being snapped up yet. That number is still, that was 28,000 before, it still is. Hey guys, just give me a moment, about 1 minute. I will be right back. All right, guys, I am back, and let's take a look. There's that 10 cent TME continues. It did not pull back at all. I was looking maybe to see if it could pull back into this area and maybe bounce from there, but it is still moving higher. Right, the ARIS though is still moving down a little bit. Don't expect a massive move, but definitely giving me something here. I got out of the LFCR. It spread. The spread was driving me crazy, so modest gain on that. Spread was nothing like this when I took it, and look at that, a 20-cent spread now and a $5 stock. It was nothing like that when I took that short. Otherwise, obviously, I wouldn't have taken it. Well, guys, we have another re-entry winner, okay? And we might have another one coming up, okay? Anybody with the AI wants me to explain that, I will, okay? But we have one re-entry winner for a while anyway. BCRX, well, I see it right there. BCRX, yes, it is. Yeah, big pop. See if there's any news on that one. I can't see any instant news. I don't know if William is free of his tornado, but he might have some news on that. But he's probably not. He's probably bunkering down. Now, this could be right for a short, guys. I mean, this is a big pop, and there are shorts available for me. A lot of them, 4.8 million. You have okay. You have no BCRX news. Well, the next high looking left I think on a monthly chart, 914 actually is the next high. 914, 923. So a couple of monthly highs there. Wow. Well, I mean, at some point though, okay, so it took out those monthly highs. The next monthly high is 1133. It's just ripping here. And I mean ripping. I mean, this is no slowdown yet. I don't see any news on this one. None, zero. And William couldn't find any either. Finally, well, there's a big pullback. Actually, that's a big pullback. 949 down to 916. Just hard to time it. You know what? I have a feeling that that is anybody tried to trade this in Interactive Brokers just out of curiosity. I'm talking about the WNW. Is it tradable or is it one of those ones that get blocked? Anybody trade this one at Interactive Brokers? It is an NT, right? You mean no trade? Is that what that means? You mean no trade? Okay. Because I'm looking here at the 28,000 shares. There's no way this would remain at 28,000 shares with this sort of a pop, which means that you cannot short it, even though there appear to be shares available. Okay, because there's just no way that this would stay with that sort of a move. There'd be people, taking a kick at it. So not tradable. Okay, and not on CME either. Okay, thank you, Luis and Monica in our Luis in our YouTube room. They're trying to save us from ourselves by not allowing us to trade it at all. Boy, oh boy, this is what you want to see in the wave, guys. In my opinion, anyway. Look at the Aris. Okay, the big deal. Remember, I was talking about this one. I said, okay, let's see if we can break down through the VWAP, and look what it was doing. For about 10 minutes, just hanging around the VWAP area. I put a price alert around 1980. See if we could get down to that level. It did, and you see how the wave is just nice and narrow. The tops of the bars are not piercing, not even into the wave. It's okay, maybe a little bit into the wave, but certainly not going above the top of the wave. So it just allows you to keep in this trade visually, anyway, for me, a lot longer than I probably ever would have. Now in this particular case, there'd be no reason to short or to cover any part of the short, but you can see how the wave just, I mean, it's just beautifully moving down. Obi, can you trade WNW? You're not you're with Thinkorswim or something, right? Schwab, Thinkorswim, and can you trade it? Hmm, interesting. Well, good for you. How about you, William? I know you probably haven't tried to trade it, but what about you with Fidelity? You have Schwab. It's Schwab, Thinkorswim. They're all tied together, right? But how about Fidelity? Would they allow you to trade it? Now, as Obi said, now but you did that before, right? You signed the waiver before. It wasn't just on that specific stock today. You had signed the waiver before, right? Or do you have to update that every week or month? How does that work? E-Trade, yes. Fidelity, no. Yeah, but if you have to call in a trade, PJ, to get through to the desk in time, so you get through, no problem. But if it's a fast moving stock like this, you could never really. Well, they've got a pretty good. I wonder if at Fidelity you can do the same thing though that Obi is able to. Well, not just Obi, but anybody with Schwab or Thinkorswim. You just have to call them at least once. He says it's every year. So once during the year to sign a waiver saying, you know what, these stocks you would normally block me from trading, I have waived that. I accept the risk. I wonder if you can do that with Fidelity also, but just one time, so you don't have to phone in. I guess that's my point. So you don't have to phone in every time. because that's the way to go. If you only have to do it once a year, so on January 1st, you phone in and you say, "Listen, the stocks that you normally would block me from buying because you're trying to protect me, I'll sign this waiver." Well, that'd be pretty bad if you had to phone in to sell it too, especially a fast-moving stock like this. Oh well, I'll just wallow in this ARIS. It's not a WNW, but so far so good. It just continues down. See how that wave now. Remember, I added this last week. So now this is coming into the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. So that's that blue line. Now I haven't really paid attention to that too much, but will that act as support? Just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Hmm. Okay, ACXP. I got to take a look at that one also. Oh, Sing, CING. You know what? This one, now just over that whole number of 10, okay? Big number, of course. What did it get up to in the pre-market? What time is that? That's 7:40. So it got up to 1075 in the pre-market. Daily chart can't see anything. Weekly chart can't see anything. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Wow. There is that high right there is a daily high somewhere in this month. Okay. And that is back in August of 2024. So not quite 2 years ago. Okay. What do they do? So, William, did you even look at ARIS? ARIS? Did you ever look at it? Because this came from your scan, the Williams. Well, we don't call it. Well, you know what I'm talking about. It came right there. You didn't see that, really? Why would you not have seen this? Because I've put more restrictive filters here. Why would you not have seen ARIS? Because you don't have the current volume as high as I do. You've got the 500,000 shares, 300,000. Like, I wonder what would have restricted you from seeing that one? When you say you didn't see it, you mean it's literally not on your list, or you just missed it? Okay, so it's just you. So it just you didn't see it because you missed it. It's if you did history, it'd be there somewhere. Okay. Okay, guys, we've got a very, very nice reentry play. If you have the AI, you should be asking me the question. If you're sitting out there and you've got our AI and you're wondering what am I talking about, you should be putting your hand up right now. Okay, seriously. We've got actually two of them. You don't know what I'm talking about, our reentry. Well, it's too bad, William, because this is probably one of the better ones I've seen in a while in terms of trend. Okay, the AIRS. Okay, it's too bad you didn't see. Now you may not have taken it, but I mean, look, I mean that's about as good as it gets. Oh man, CTMX guys. So nobody has the AI. Well, Lily, if you're watching CTMX, you probably hopefully maybe you took that one. Oh, okay. In terms of not taking mining stocks. Okay. I love doing my video on the reentries. Oh man, guys, I didn't take it. I did not take it, but the CING just exploded. We're talking about this when it was at 10:15. It just exploded here. Okay, we're getting close now to that getting closer to that whole number. The next low looking left, though, is still far enough away. 1851, but still absolutely no reason to cover anything yet. Look what is the only negative sector right now, guys. And that's gold. Gold is the only negative sector. Negative as in down from Friday's close. It's the only one. Wow, look at CTMX, guys. I mean, okay, I got to show you. I mean, and either we have no curiosity or nobody's with the AI or everybody has the AI, already knows what I'm talking about. Look at the reentry price. Look at that, 708 for CTMX. And we have another one here for the LFMD. It hasn't exploded yet, but 457. I mean, that's that's about as good as it gets. You miss it the first time, you wait for a reentry. Not all stocks are going to have a reentry, but boy, the CTMX, but as good as it gets. And this is one of not too many earnings plays right now, and this is obviously a very successful one, CTMX. What do they do? Is this it's a mining stock, but is it gold? Oh, gold. Okay, well that's interesting, isn't it? Because gold is the only negative sector. I didn't actually look at what they, but it's gold mining. Okay, headquartered in my hometown or my current abode, Vancouver. Yeah, so with gold being the weakest sector, that's another thing I should have been watching. You see, look what's happening. Look at gold, gold, gold. Look at that, and that's a gold play. AIRS is basically tracking what gold is doing. So that's what you then you should do that, PJ. Right? Then you don't have to. Then you won't have to call in. You can just it should be automatic. You still have to call in. Well, what's the point of that? You don't have to call in, right, Obi? With Schwab, you just Obi just has to sign the waiver once a year, and that's it. And then he doesn't have to phone in every time. But obviously, every brokerages are different. Somebody told me I can't do that with IB. That's what he said, or that's what he said, Paul. Right, Obi? You just sign the waiver once a year, and then you don't have to phone in every time you want to trade one of those stocks. Is that correct? Oh, am I wrong? I don't know what that no meant. On down. Let's now. There you go. So Obi says, sign the waiver and not call in anymore. Okay. So there it is. Okay, so at Schwab, Thinkorswim, at least you can sign the waiver once a year, and then you don't have to call in every time. Well, once a year is not bad, you know. Put a little note in your calendar, Poe, January 1st, you know, or January 2nd. And once a year is not bad. But that's why they make you sign the waiver, right, DJ? I mean, well, oh, come on, once a year. Anyway, I don't have that. I don't have that option at Interactive Brokers. It appears. Boy, CTMX guys, this is turning into a monster. I'm not in it. I'm not in it. Okay, but it is turning into a monster. I should be in it. I should have, on that reentry. The only thing I'm in right now is that the Aris short, and I'm looking to maybe cover some right now. But why? Because it's getting close to that whole number. No other reason. Well, maybe a little bit of a pop there. So, I mean, it's so minor. But I think, yeah, so I've covered some just because it's getting close to the whole number. Otherwise, I wouldn't cover any. There's no reason to with that wave. I mean, look at even on a 1 minute chart, guys, nothing is poked through the top. None of these bars have poked through the top of the wave. Now, what I really should be doing also, which I'm going to do, is see, I'm going to have a little gold. I'm going to have gold up and running also. Okay, so I'm going to be keeping an eye on my gold chart because this is Aris looks like a pure gold play. Ah, that stupid spread got me out of this one. But look at the spread now. That's what it was when I first shorted it. About a 3 cent spread. Now, it may widen again, but that's what got me out of that trade, that short. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at BCRX. So I had the big pop, a little pullback, another pop, pullback, right into the VWAP. Okay, so it's sitting on the VWAP. Will that hold it? BCRX, will that hold it? Will that act as support and pop up again? And as William said, unconfirmed rumors that the company may be seeking to merge with somebody, but that's all unconfirmed. All right, Aaron. Well, listen, Aaron, prove me wrong. Prove me that this whole number right there doesn't matter. Tell you what, Paul, you give me your account number, and I'll phone in on your behalf. January 2nd, whenever the first Monday is in next year. Okay. I mean, again, this ACXP, guys, getting closer to that high here, 555. NAGE, NAGE. Not seeing that anywhere, so let me take a look at NAGE from William Niagen. Oh, I see. Oh, it's not showing up for me because the relative volume is not 4, 3.35. 424 gets you back in. Okay. Nice bounce. I'm assuming the tornado warning or is passed you by now. If there was a tornado close by, you're okay. Okay, great. Well, it was amazing. You people who live in these areas where you have all these potential hurricanes, tornadoes, fires, landslide, mudslides. These we get a little rain in Vancouver, but that's about it. Loco, guys. El Pollo Loco. Okay, what about this one? This is you don't have that. You're right, but I'll take an atmospheric river any day. It's not a deluge, It's just sort of a constant drizzle for a couple of days. It's not like a deluge. No earthquakes. No. Well, I mean, in theory, we're not. I've never, ever, ever. We've never had any. I think we've had a minor, minor, minor little shake, but no, not really. And I've been here since wow, 1991. Okay, guys, how about this one? PEB. This is just over a whole number. What sort of room does it have? Doesn't have enough room. Shoot. Okay, guys, so there's the Aris. It is starting to put a little bit of a bounce in. Okay, so I did take some off a little bit earlier just because it was getting close to that whole number. But had I not, I 100% would have taken some off. Okay, see how you can see what I'm pointing at. See how that bar is got into the wave and a little bit above the top of it. So that is what would get me out of some. I'm not out of all. And then you look at gold. and you see what gold is doing. Okay, so Eris is basically in the gold sector. I don't know what they do exactly. Provision of gold mining services. I don't know what that means, but I do know it means they're part of the gold sector. So yeah, look at the market, guys. So we had a sort of a little uh-oh moment. We had that high up here. So that was what 1025, and then from 1025, I mean, 25 minutes, we were looking down, 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 breaking down through the VWAP. Didn't look that encouraging, but boy, all of a sudden, fire stepped in, and we're still at the VWAP area. Probably, William, or the little pans they use, when they're sitting by the river. I'd always say, if you lived in Vancouver, I would say good morning to you, Steve. But what does that mean, PJ? Does that mean that you would have to call in? You would have to call in then for that. You cannot just or you cannot just sign like a waiver that covers you for the year or 6 months. So you wouldn't have to phone in every. No, I understand you bought it. I do understand that, but did you have to phone in even though you've signed the waiver? You still have to phone in an individual stocks, unlike at Schwab or Thinkorswim. Okay. So what's the purpose of the waiver? So you don't have to go through the waiver process. No, no, I understand that. I do understand the law. But what's the purpose of signing a waiver ahead of time then? Is it just that you don't have to go through the waiver process every time? Oh boy, it just got halted. I hope it just got halted on the way. No, well, you just got out of it. Too bad because, well, I shouldn't say that. Has it been halted? It's been halted several times before. So here's I haven't shown this screen. I don't think this little screen, this little window. I haven't shown this. I don't think. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Can't see the symbol, but it is WNW. Okay, halted at 718. This column is showing you where it could open, so it maybe was a good. I thought it might have been the first halt of the day. So this column is trying to show you where it could open, and typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, It'll be opening at 11:32 plus 33 plus 33 seconds. All right, guys. This that was it for me in the Aris. Okay, we finally had a trend change. I mean, it may continue down, but William, this is showing up on your scan. Okay, so it's through the ADMA. NSA is showing up on your scan. It is below the VWAP, of course, below that ADMA. So I know you might be looking at this as a potential bounce. Wow, this is still up. This is really funny. I don't know why it's up so much. This is a buyout. Public storage strikes $10.5 billion for national for NSA. So this is a buyout. That's why it was up so much, but kind of fading a bit. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm just looking at the email that you everybody gets. It looks like this St. Patrick's Day sale ends tomorrow night. Now, sometimes it extends. The- These these sales extend for one more day, but yeah, St. Patrick's Day tomorrow. So it's possible that tomorrow's the last day for the 25% off. Okay. So a lot of times they do extend it for one day. They forget, but we can't rely on that. So if you're looking to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, want to get 25% off that promo that I flash on my screen. That'll be good to at least tomorrow. Well, supposedly ending tomorrow night, midnight Eastern time. All right, west northwest, as she is saying. All right, opening and exploding. Well, not well, sort of exploding. Yeah, but it is wild. This is my time in sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so yeah, it did get up to 750. But look at it now. Now this is the sort of action you want when you're in a trade. Something that really trades a lot. Okay, Well, if it changes, of course, William, you just take off when you want to, okay? Obviously. But William says right now, you might, keep the room open till 3:45-ish. Still earnings plays though, isn't it? Aren't there? I mean, there are still earnings plays out there. I mean, that's it, but still, for a very, for a very active stock, this stock is really sitting. I'm talking about the ACXP, okay? For a very active stock, it's just sort of stuck in this little range, say 518 to 525, which is really, which is really surprising. I mean, it's they got 2.7 million in the float, very active. You're killing me, LFCR. This would have been my best short of the day on a percentage basis, but the spread just got crazy and had to get out of it. Okay, guys, I mean, this might be getting ripe for a short here. The BCRX, okay? This was some kind of a rumor, traders circulating rumor that they might be looking to get taken out, bought out, an M&A, okay? So you can see what's happening. It's now through the VWAP by a little bit, and then if it gets down through 9, it could give us a really interesting short, okay? This is just a rumor amid takeover speculation. Who cited a Betaville uncooked alert that was circulating on Monday. That's up to your broker share. I mean, it's just your broker. Same thing happened. I don't know who your broker is, but Interactive Brokers, yeah, they won't let me. Well, it's not any stock. It's not all Chinese stocks, but their brokers are getting a little more finicky about what they're allowing people to buy. Okay, so Interactive, it's broker by broker. Some brokers like Schwab or Thinkorswim allow you to sign a waiver once a year that basically says you accept the risk. And so WNW is one of them. Okay. It's just nothing you can do about it. Whereas some brokers, like Interactive Brokers, they wouldn't even let you sign a waiver. At least they haven't been. I haven't contacted them. So why Thinkorswim and Schwab allow you to sign a waiver and IB does not? I don't know. It's probably a good, a good idea, but if you can accept the risk. And this is sort of a recent phenomena within, I would say within a year that this has happened. That's been maybe longer, but I would say within a year anyway. This has been a sort of a recent phenomena that brokers are sort of clamping down on allowing you to trade some of these really not just China. A lot of these China stocks are the ones that do this, but it never used to be. Are you kidding me? Obi, Nokia is moving. Nokia with a million shares in the float. It is moving. Yeah, I wonder what's happening. Press release. Nokia brings PON, whatever that is. What is PON based out of band management to data centers to save space, power, and cost? Let's see if I can see what the acronym for PON is. And what do? They assume we passive optical network. Okay, passive optical network. Add that to the gazillion acronyms that are out there. Ah, good point, William. There's probably always a money angle, isn't there? Because they don't really care about you. I don't mean you, but whether you may. Well, they should, because if you lose all your money, then that's it. You're not a client anymore. But guys, did you hear a little spring, like a little boing? No. Okay. I never. Why would I get mad at you for saying that? We don't get mad at you. Well, I'm always amazed at that, PJ. I have to admit, because Canadian banks are very, 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 very conservative compared to U.S. banks, and so I'm always surprised that you guys still have that PDT and we never had it. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any news on WNW. You asked, sorry, Dragonfly. You asked. I don't think there's any news on it. It's just one of these China stocks that. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm actually wrong. They did actually pump out some news. Okay, this is the news. Strategic AI Insights Initiative to support functional skincare product. So they did have some news. Okay, a lot of times we see these stocks ripping higher or even lower, but and we can't see any news on them. So they did put out some news. Okay. Now, whether you think did that warrant it being up 300%? Of course not, but doesn't really matter, does it, what we think? All right, guys, let's see, 11:44, so about 15 minutes before I take my break, do a video, and then, Chris is gonna take over for me in our YouTube room in about, 15 minutes from now. 15, 1 5. Ah, nope. I'm sorry, something happened. I thought maybe there were some shares taken at, Interactive Brokers, but no. Still stuck at that 28,000 shares, so available, but it's really, not really available. Yeah, I do have that up and running, Kishore. You're talking about the ATR scan or the ATR? Not really a scan, it's a tracker. Call it in theory, I mean, this is just semantics, unless you've turned it into an alert window, is what we're talking about. These are the, big ATR movers today. Well, this Sing, guys, CING, that is the next, that's a daily highs someday in this month, and that is a daily high. And it continues to kind of, inch its way up towards it. It looks like it's around, actually, it's about $1 away still. Well, I haven't been paying too much attention to the, this scan here. This one obviously was pretty good. Was down, 5% at least on the close on Friday, BIOA, and it's up today. Had the alert at 2050 before it pulled back at all, got up to almost $1 above that alert. I don't have a link for the 9:30 layout, but what I do have are the ones that I'm showing you. Okay, you have to basically pick and choose. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, share, you go to my homepage, and I don't have a link for the entire layout. Not everybody wants everything I've got in there, so just click on my homepage link, scroll down, and go to the custom scans. View the scans, and this is what I've got. You can see this one right here, the large cap. You can see this one down here, the up down 25 cents right there, and you can see this one, the upside versus downside mover. So use here there are the three scans right here. They're not all scans in theory, but these are the three. Okay, on my homepage, so you can pick and choose which ones you want. But the three that you can see are here. Now you create your own charts, with your own time frames. Don't worry about the typo. Give me one moment, please. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm getting set for my break. As I said, I'm going to be interrupted a few times this week, actually. So, oh, I'm sorry. So, share, yeah. So I got interrupted. So you understand what I'm trying to do here? I just sort of get people to pick and choose what they might want. So you can definitely get the ones you see, that I'm sharing. The biggest gainers from the start of the large cap gainers is right here. The compare count, the upside versus downside movers is right here. And then this one down here, up, down 25 cents is right here. So they're all available. I'm just sort of, as opposed to just creating a layout, giant layout with a lot of things that maybe people don't want, you can just pick and choose what you might want from this list. Okay. Now that assumes you know how to load. When you see something from my home, do you know how to do that? If you don't, just let me know. I can quickly show you how, okay? Just let me know. So when you see my like a scan, if you wanted this one right here, don't worry about docking them. Don't worry about docking, okay, Cher? I mean, it's not, I don't dock. I mean, I know Pepe's gonna scream, but I don't dock. But you know what? When I come back from my break, I will, if you want to hang around, I can show you how to dock. In the guide itself, there is a whole section on docking. So you can take a look at that. But docking is not necessary. It's not, most of our customers do not dock. Okay. I mean, look at, they're all free floating for me. Okay. So I would not worry about docking at all. But before I leave, if you do click on my homepage link, scroll down, you see where the more info is. Sorry, education, then more info. And then at the top here is our user guide right here. So if you click on the user guide, there is a whole section on docking. Docking is not, I mean, it's tricky. That's what it is. It's kind of tricky. Where is the docking? Right here. It's just kind of tricky because if you hit the wrong button, all of a sudden your little scan might disappear, or you don't know where it's gone. So it's a little bit tricky. That's why I think most people don't do it, but it's certainly not necessary you do it. Okay, give me a moment, please. I have to get ready for Chris. And then here is the YouTube link. So again, what's happening is Chris will take over for me in our YouTube room in a couple of minutes probably. He goes till 1 o'clock, 12 to 1 Eastern time. Okay, so there's a YouTube link. Just going to wait for him to show up. Remember a few months ago when all of a sudden everything looked rosy for the cannabis sector in your country? It was this month here. It was about 4 months ago. All the cannabis stocks were ripping higher. Look at it now. Take a look at MSOS just out of curiosity. Yeah, that month there. The reason I'm saying that is that CGC is, basically relegated again, almost under a penny, under a dollar, maybe under a penny at some point.
Maybe.
This was the king. Oh, there he is. Didn't hear you. Okay, just give me one moment, Chris. Okay, guys, I'll take my break now. I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. I did not hear the little pop. Maybe I was talking, but good morning, Mr. or just afternoon, I guess, Mr. Varley.
And a good morning to you as well, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd love to chit chat, but I can't.
Okay, very good. Off and running you go.
I'm sorry. Okay.
All good, Barry.
Okay. Okay,
We'll see
bye-bye.
you a little bit. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right, folks. Barry on his way out to a break. And I am settling in. So happy Monday to you all. As per usual, do this as an open forum Q&A here on the YouTube side of things. I do not come with any pre-done content. Truly do rely on you folks to drive the content of this with your questions. Last few weeks have been tough, folks. Not getting a lot of questions. Love to see some questions coming about the software during these sessions here. If not, my bosses will take me away from these sessions, essentially, if they don't feel my time is being utilized here for support of the software. So please do not be shy. If you have questions, get those in. We will get right to them. So again, folks, soliciting for questions from you all for the software here, Trade Ideas software. Come on, come all with the questions, but please know that this is an open forum and I just don't have any pre-done content. There's not a whole lot for me to discuss. Last couple of weeks, we've really been through rounds of the market and things of that nature, and I just don't have much to discuss as far as that goes. So I'm really going to kind of sit in silence waiting for you all to ask questions. Excellent. Thank you for the question. So here's the configuration. Let's start with the top list itself, how it finds the stocks. And so let's see, configure morning DUAs. How are you? So we're looking at stocks that are between, so I have two different open relative strengths from the open. We're going to do the one on the right first. So $2 to $30, the price has to be of the stock. Got to trade at least 400,000 shares on the day. Has to be 85% above the lower Bollinger Band, and I just got this 1 minute volume component in here just to find stocks that are consistently trading. I don't want to see stocks that trade 30,000 shares, don't trade for half an hour, trade another 70,000 shares, don't trade for 20 minutes, so on and so forth. I want to find things that people are actively coming in and out of for the most part. And then once the stocks have been found that go on that list, we tell the race. Let's go into the race setup. We tell the race, let's race on change from the open as a total versus the delta. Delta just would mean let's pretend all stocks on the list currently are starting from even, and how are they moving relative to the open from now. This is just a total change, most up from the open. And then this sort on is just saying the stocks that are up the most from the open get on the 10 lanes first. So it takes those 10 stocks that would be essentially at the top of the top list. So we're taking the 10 stocks here, and if we look, we'll see that they line up, WNW, NBIL, NBIG, so on and so forth. So you see these lists kind of line up here. This is a little more active, so it's going to move things up and down after they have loaded in there based on who is winning the race on the change from the open filter. Excuse me. This race over here. Sorry, let's go to top list first. A little different, not a whole lot different, but it's got its differences. So we are looking at stocks between $8 and $30, 550,000 shares traded on the day, and just the volume component, no Bollinger Band. Now, the reason I use the Bollinger Band on this scan is going back several years ago. I'd met John Bollinger, got to rub elbows with him a few different times at some different charter market technician events. And in my CMT studies, Bollinger Bands and envelopes in general had an original creation that a break of the top band or top envelope was momentum upside, break of the lower was momentum lower side. Now, I understand that a very popular way to use those is a revision to the mean. And it's not that John doesn't use those like that currently, but that was the original intention and use of those. So in the honor of that, and I was trying to find a different creative way to come up with momentum, that's where I try to find stuff that was screaming towards the upper band. And that's what I did with that. Now, when we first came out with the races back in, I believe it was September, October of 2021, I was really kind of almost exclusively swing trading. Hadn't had any success in day trading at all at that point. And I kind of had poo-pooed it to the side. When we got into early 2022, and by the time we were closer to 2022 or the beginning of 2022, when we actually released to the public the races, after doing our testing internally, my swing trading wasn't working as well as it had been for a year plus or so. And, our CEO, Dan, had really gone over the races and different things that he liked about it for day trading and so on and so forth. And so I wanted to get familiar with the tool or feature, whatever you want to call it. And I really got involved in using it. And I started day trading a little bit again. And the market itself in 2022 started to come undone. And we eventually entered a bear market. And I did pretty decent actually with my day trading at that point. I'd never really had any good sustained results with my day trading. And so I probably until like October-ish of 2022, I was day trading using the races and doing well. And then all of a sudden things went back the other way and I was not day trading well again. And my swing trading had long since come back and it was doing okay again. And that was it. That was the end of my day trading. So how effective are they? I think, like anything else, it's each individual and finding their effectiveness for what they are scanning for, what they're doing, what they're trying to accomplish with it. This is just one example of many of how to use races. And I don't currently use them anymore. I haven't used them for years, but I leave them up there because it is a feature that I do like. There's other reasons I like the feature and why I think it did contribute to some success of mine. So for example, when you've got a top list like this, I mean, look how many stocks are on this thing. Who could realistically start scrolling through all these stocks and looking at charts and making some decisions real fast for momentum stocks? Realistically, nobody could be going through all those stocks like that. So the races gave me an opportunity to say, all right, let's focus on the ones that matter the most. And then let's get them moving visually so that I can focus on just a few key things. And so that made a big, big difference for me with my day trading, essentially. I think, another reason I had some more success as far as the day trading went was because I was a lot more disciplined and rules-based with my swing trading and started to apply some of that discipline anyways, not necessarily the rule-based because it was different sets of rules, but really kind of sewed up the lackadaisicness that I had on some stuff, letting, stops go by or not, taking profit when stocks were up, so on and so forth, positions were up, so on and so forth. So it was that kind of combination that led me to at least a short-term sustained healthy relationship with the races. I still think that they're good in that way. Uh, Alert windows are phenomenal. For whatever reason, I'm sure a big part of it was my lack of discipline, my lack of having truly tested some day trading rules or trading rules, whatever you want to call it, not strategies. But I was just very good at buying the last new high and top ticking things all the time. So, buying somewhere in here only to watch it start to do this again from alert windows. And this just gave me an opportunity to look at stocks that may have, swooned earlier in the day and pulled back at some point. You get this watch list over here, whether you want to do it as, the stocks at the top 10 stocks winning the most races, or if we go to show all winners and go back and see every winner that there's been. I've had to restart my layout several times, so it's lacking here because when I restart, I lose all the data in the race or all the prior races data. So, but it gives a nice watch list over here on top of all that, and to say, all right, well, this is not, it's maybe not, something isn't moving how it was earlier, but it hasn't collapsed, and there's a chance it might come back. I don't know if we're going to. This would be a good example of something like that. This thing made a nice move, right? It's pulled back and it's found support at 650. And if the volume were to come back into it, maybe it takes a shot at high of the day and maybe it gets itself moving again here, just as an example of how I like the watch list that gets created from the races there. So that is my short and skinny on races and my feelings and 2 cents about them. I always just like to encourage people. There's no necessarily right or wrong way to use a lot of things. Some stuff more right maybe than others. And I think all of this is very subjective, meaning that, there's no best necessarily. Like, you go to an amusement park and you ask what's the best ride, and they tell you, oh, the roller coaster. And you're like, yeah, I can't do roller coasters because I'm afraid of heights, but I don't mind the big spinny stuff. And they're like, oh, well, the spinny stuff gets people sick. Well, you think the spinny stuff is the greatest stuff on the planet. They think that the roller coaster is the greatest stuff on the planet. Neither one of you are right. It's just a preference. And the same thing goes with a lot of data points and scanning and things like that. So that is my long story long. And thank you for the question. And of course, anybody else with questions, please do not be shy. Can you explain the delta versus total again? Yeah. So in the delta, essentially what you're doing is, reset up. So let's just say that once we have all the stocks listed on here, let's pretend they're all starting from the same point on the change from open. And now which ones are moving from the open the most if we were starting them basically at the same baseline versus the total is saying, I just want to know the stocks that are absolutely up the most from the open. We don't need any baseline or anything like that. The baseline is the open. Versus this is saying, all right, let's take the stocks that are up the most from the open and then race them like they're all kind of starting even at this point with the delta. Now that's very, very excellent with that money machine, man. I know you're killing it with that. Given, take a look at the choppiness of the SPY today and the overall market. You get this nice gap up, and we're making kind of McDonald's arches right now. So not easy to stay green in an environment like that, especially with something that, you're really kind of, you're automating. I guess, there's always the assisted autopilot that you could be, jumping in and making some changes and adjustments with, but still not easy nonetheless. And again, anybody else with any questions, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Fire away for me, please. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way it's got to be with anything for the most part. I I'm sure there are people that have been able to get to complete hands-off trading. I'm sure there are very, very, very few of them. You know, I couldn't see myself at this point, anyways, just setting something to trade and then walking away from the desk outside of like, running for a glass of water very quickly or something like that. I wouldn't be disappearing from my desk for a period of 5 minutes or something. That's just me, how I feel about trading and the professionalism of it. Just as a heads up for everybody here, Barry's going to be unable to get back here once we're done. So anybody, I'm going to shut down the YouTube completely. So at that time, anybody that wants to continue to have interaction with other traders, I'll put a link to the traders room in here for you all. Can orders be canceled in auto trading if they are not filled in a time frame, for example, 30 seconds? Yeah. Let me bring over Brokerage Plus, and you could, in the strategy, when you set up and you're doing the trading instructions on the order details here, you could set for time and force, whatever you wanted to the order to sit out there. Obviously, you'd need to be doing a limit order, not a market order, because a market order means you're just getting filled, period, regardless of the spread or anything like that. So you'd go with a limit order, and then you'd set that. Here's your minutes, here's your seconds. You can obviously put the minutes at 0 if you wanted, and that would work for you. Of course, you got it. And again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please get those in. So we'll close that up now. Move this back for now. And again, any with questions, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me, please. this WNW. Wow. Well then. Not the smallest of floats to have gone this bad. 40 million. By no stretch of any imagination is that a large float, but all the same. It's not like it's 5 million or something like that. That is a kicking. You've got 3.2 million float for WNW. Yeah, I don't know. I got so our float data comes from Dilution Tracker for quite a while now, and they are kind of the industry standard at this point for this, lesser known stocks. They've got 40 here on outstanding shares or 40 on float and 53 on outstanding shares for 364. So I've found them to be wrong. I don't know if I found them to be wrong over the last however long since we started using them. Looks like Yahoo has the same outstanding shares as them, but Yahoo's showing the float as 2.3, strangely enough. Yeah, and then Wall Street Journal's got them at 14 million. Let's see who else we'll compare this all to. Finviz got them at 14 million. So I'm gonna stick with Dilution Tracker for now. I have no idea why it's up that much. I mean, the general answer I'd ever give is more buyers than sellers. I'm sure they must have news, but I have no idea what it is. In an alert window, selecting heartbeat scan stocks every 5 minutes seems pretty seldom. Any ways to fasten it? Nope. So the heartbeat, let me go over what the heartbeat is here. Let's go new, let's go to alert window. So I would first highly recommend not using the heartbeat at all. And while I know it says minutes here, and if we were to add it, it's like you could change the minutes. You cannot change the minutes. It's an old function that existed before top lists were around that update every few seconds instead with stocks that meet it. The heartbeat still has a behind the scenes function with our overnight data processing. And essentially what happens is this. Every single day when our market data starts up at 4 a.m. Eastern on the dot, every single stock is assigned its own 5-minute timer in the system. So I'm just going to use these as examples. Let's say Apple starts and it's at 4 a.m. Eastern on the dot. And then Tesla is at 4 a.m. Eastern and 1 terasecond. And Google is at 4 a.m. Eastern and 2 teraseconds. And Microsoft is at 4 a.m. Eastern and 3 teraseconds until we go through every single ticker that we cover. And then every time or every 5 minutes, each stock on that 5-minute timer, starting from when its market data started, on its own 5-minute timer gets pulsed out and returns every single data point that we offer as far as filters go. And so that's how that works. No way to do anything to change it, fasten it, anything, quicken it, anything like that. So it's, yeah, that's it. I highly recommend not scanning with it. Do I have short interest percent? I do not have a short interest here for it. No days to cover, no short growth. No, where's short float? I don't see it here. Oh, short float. Yes, sorry, short float says 0.16 is what I got here. FinViz has 0.14 for the short float. And I'd also tell everybody to keep in mind that things like float, short interest, blah, 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 those are all estimates. Are reported every couple of weeks. So if you check 5 different data providers, you're likely getting 5 different answers. So yeah, that short float right there, 0.16. Like I said, FinViz has got 0.14. So we're in the ballpark there with that. So keep the questions coming, folks. Keep the questions coming. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. So if you want to auto trade, yeah, you do not want to use the heartbeat for auto trading. I mean, I suppose you could use it. It's technically nothing to stop you. It's not something I would use. Because again, each stock only gets a pulse out every 5 minutes on their specific timer of the 5 minutes. And that means that all your filters have to be met at that specific 5-minute interval in order to get the alert. And you need the alert in order for the order to be sent in your strategy. I don't know, if you go through an alert window, there's an awful lot of alerts to choose from in here. And also with auto trading, one alert. I would not be selecting more than one alert. There are things that are market mechanic stuff that I think a lot of people don't understand. And one of those, chief among those, is that if you have, a stock being alerted multiple times by the same scan or even different scans, all those orders are getting sent, but the broker doesn't know that, this order for stock A came through this strategy, and this order for stock A came through the other strategy, and this order for stock A came through a completely different strategy. So all of a sudden you've got 3 opening orders with 3 sets of 6 different closing orders attached to them. And if those closing orders aren't all exactly the same, as soon as anyone gets hit, it's not going to be lined up with the whichever strategy opened that trade. And then next thing you know, the wrong orders are being canceled, the wrong orders are being left open. And that is how you end up with people not closing their trades in automation correctly, and or end up in short positions through auto trading when they were going long the whole time. So it's very important when you have an auto strategy that you are only getting one alert for that stock, and that is it. The only other thing that you could do is if you had multiple strategies that may trade the same symbols, you have to have them in different accounts. And that's where this part of, Brokerage Plus comes in. So like if I connect to Paper Trader here, and I come in and I select accounts, I could choose the account. In IB, you could have multiple accounts. In E-Trade, you have multiple accounts. In Alpaca, you could have multiple accounts. So you choose which strategy, what account. You have to choose an account that the strategy looks at. You can't not choose an account. It's a twofold. One, you connect the broker up here. Then two, you connect the account here. But you could at least point different strategies at different accounts if you have more than one account. You can't, let me be careful with all this. You can't trade a top list like you can an alert window through this mechanism here in the strategies. You could set up the top list to trade through the money machine. It's only paper trading, and I have no date for when that will go to live trading with it whatsoever. But the other part of it is it's not the same as in a stock just appears on your top list and you're going to trade it. You set it based on, maximum amount of positions and things like that. And it's going to trade the top, whatever the top amount is here as far as that goes. So like if you had max positions, your top 3 on the top list would get traded. And then you have to obey whatever set of rules you decide to do. Whether, you're using the trade wave or the trailing stop options for the entries and exits and so on and so forth. So it becomes the money machine is fairly complex. So you definitely play around with it. But if you're looking to do a top list the same as you would an alert window through this here, it wouldn't translate. You could always, absolutely manually take the trades through the top list too. You could, you could use the chart trading. So let's just say I can leave the trade ticker open here, and I could say, oh, I want to take, I don't know, whatever, APA, and then I could go ahead and share size and am I buying, am I selling, whatever I'm doing here, and do it like that. I don't know of anybody that has an issue with their position not being shown in the software connected to E-Trade. I would first tell you, please look at, the accounts, strategies, and types, all the filters up here to make sure you have none of those selected that would stop it from showing there. The second thing is, it's got to be a stock. If you're trying to find, see your options positions from E-Trade or a money market position or something like that, we won't show those. Just stocks that you're trading through E-Trade. But anybody trading stocks through E-Trade, I don't have one person that says it's not showing in their account. I've never seen that happen before. I've seen people that had money market funds in their E-Trade accounts, and they were in the same account as stocks and stuff, and that will cause data to get messed up. Well, you can't hold a stock short and long at the same time. That's not possible. Like here, if I, in the simulator, I like to just use Apple as my example. Right? If I buy 100 shares of, let's say I buy 100 shares of Apple, right there. I've just bought 100 shares of Apple, right? If I try to sell 200 shares of Apple now, sell 200 shares of Apple, I'm going to be 100 shares short. See, now I'm 100 shares short. I mean, perhaps E-Trade has a way for you to hold something long and short in the same account, but yeah, that's defying market mechanics then. Yeah, we wouldn't have a way to show that then. And that's something unique into their platform then. Again, now if I buy 500 shares of Apple, I'm going to be long 400 shares. It doesn't let me hold a short position at the same time as a long position. So not an issue, just it's a market mechanics function. Now I could do this instead. I've got 400 long here. Now let's move to a different account. And now I'm going to sell 100. Now I can have that because they're in different accounts, and I can display them because they're in different accounts. And again, folks, keep them coming with the questions. So a little bit of sell-off in the market we saw happen here coming into this session. New lows were outpacing the new highs by quite a bit. Making new lows on the day. We'll see how that turns out for the rest of the day. Again, anybody with questions, please do not be shy. Get those questions in for me. Yeah, you won't be able to share links here. We have to have that blocked because of spam bots that attack us. You could, if you want to email it to info@trade-ideas.com, I could load it that way. You have to email it there. You can't. We can't allow links shared here because of spam bots. Sorry. It's configured at the account level on YouTube here. You like to give it an email there. We go over it the last few minutes that I'm here. Two box and basically instantly, as long as you've filled out your exchange agreements and all that. Yeah, Cloud Link is always best. Thank you for sending that. So just let me know what you want to go over with this, and we could do that. So 2box, if you send in an email to that same address that I shared before, I will pass it on to the accounts team, unless it looks like something it could help with right away here. From this angle, I can't see anything. But what we find a lot is people create new accounts very often when coming back by capitalizing a letter on the email instead of leaving it all lowercase like it once was, or things like that. So a lot of little things can trip that up where it's not the account you think is getting activated. So if you shoot an email there, I'll take a look on my end. If it's something I could obviously help with right away, awesome. If not, I will get it over to the right people. Let's see, CDIO. So we want to know why it didn't make the scan. Is that what we're looking for? Yeah, I mean, this CDIO's, let's see, got a little bit of a topping shadow there. Configure. $227. Oh, so you're going back to here, I'm guessing. Kind of tricky to look back that much, but let's see. With a top list anyways, because the history function on top list is not awesome. So this is how I would do it. Trying to go backwards in time like that, or attempt to anyways. I'm going to collaborate this here. Copy. New alert window. Just going to press OK. And I'm going to stick those filters in here via the collaboration. Got it. Now I'm going to configure. I'm going to add some alerts in here. I'm going to add a new high. Let's add it. I'm going to add a new low. Let's add it. Let's come back to selected. Get rid of a heartbeat. Okay, fine. Don't listen to me. Add it. There we go. Hide unused. And we're going to point this strictly at CDI. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not even going to point it at that strictly. I'm going to now use the missing symbol checklist for that. So we're going to go to right click, missing symbol check, CDIO. We're going to go back to 227, 227. We're going to push this out to, I don't know, let's go 4 p.m. on that day. I'm going to press OK. And EPS kept you off. That's the trick with the tricky thing with using the EPS filters to get rid of ETFs versus using a whatever. Remove that EPS filter and you could have seen it. Let's see if this would work, because I think we discussed this before. -0.01. Now let's do this. Let's go to configure symbol list and CDIO. Yes, yes. Oh, why are you such a pain in that? Okay. Run history, time frame. See if that got this to come up here essentially. Again, let's go with whatever, 4:50 p.m. is fine. Yep. By doing that, we get it now in the history. So what you need to do to change that, to get that, come into the configure, and like I shared in that email, should be 0.01 and minus 0.01. So basically anything that reports positive or negative, because at this point you're saying only stocks that report a positive earnings, can you see? Got to be at least this, versus if you put the minus 0.01 in here, you could also see stocks that have a negative earnings. That stock had a negative earnings of 98 cents per share, but because you were looking at stocks only with positive earnings, you didn't get CDIO. So pattern could be caught, but the EPS filter kept it off. Mystery solved. So I'm guessing that this is your email that just came in a few moments ago. I don't even see any. I don't see anything attached to this at all. I don't see an account attached to that email that you sent it in from. I also see you canceled and got a refund recently. It doesn't tell me the account though. Okay, I see you gave that email in a different email here. Man, I got to be a forensic investigator to find some of these things. Let's see if that gives us. Yeah, so you signed up with you created a completely new account. Yeah, you can create a completely new account today. So I'll let our accounts team sort that out for you. But I don't want to announce the emails and all those things like that here in public forum for you because, I don't want a spam bot or something that's listening or whatever get a hold of your stuff and bother you like that, because that would be unpleasant. I've had that happen to me. But yeah, you created a brand new account today. I can see account creation 3/16/2026. And I can see the old account that was canceled. It was created on 3/27/2021. Unless this is an email from a different user that I'm looking at, but I'm fairly certain it's you. Yeah, I see two emails that have come in. Yeah, those are both from you. So, yep, new account was created today. So, I mean, I can email you back in a moment here with what the new account name is. I can't switch your access though to the old account. The accounts team will have to do all that stuff if you want it. Entirely up to you though. I think for them, it's not a difficult thing to do. I just don't have that kind of access on our back end. Yes, the username is the email that you use to create it. Because this is what happens is, here, let me show you, kind of give a background on it. If you are not logged in with the old account name here, it defaults to whatever email it sees for whatever various reasons. If you know, I'm not even going to go into all the reasons, but it defaults to that. So that's what happened here is when you were here and you went to, I'm guessing, pricing, and then you picked whatever you wanted, it just saw that email that was there and it created the account based on that. Again, easy peasy. I can have them swap that rate around for you. No trouble at all if you want. I am wrapping up here on this live stream in a second. And that I wouldn't know. We don't have access to people's passwords. But when you create a new account, you should have been directed to a page where it had you sign the exchange agreements and all that. And it would have created a password there for you that you can then, it directs you how you can change the password after you want once the account is created. So, some of this is tricky communicating back and forth like this because, like I said, I don't want to list off your email here in the public space, emails in the public space. So I'll have our accounts team reach out to you, and you can, let them know how you like to proceed from here. And with that said, if there isn't any other last minute software questions, I'm going to wrap up for the day here, folks. And like I said, I believe Barry's done for the day. He's not coming back to YouTube. So let me get you a Traders Room link. So link to the Traders Room for anybody that would like to join that side. There's still, some folks there discussing the market and the software and things of that nature. I don't believe that Barry is going to be there on the mic. I could be wrong, but he indicated to me, you absolutely have access to trade ideas. You have access to it this very second. It's just a matter of logging in with the correct username, which is that other email that you used to create the account today. If you could log into it this very second, if you can just give me a few moments here, when I'm not on the mic here and I can reach out to the accounts team, they can either swap things around for you to the old account. We can get to you right with that, but I just can't do it live on this right here. You can absolutely log into it. There's nothing to stop you from logging into it outside of if you didn't have an internet connection, which I can clearly see you do. It's just a matter of the correct username. That's the issue here. And that's the confusion. So if you can give me a moment, and I or someone from the accounts team will reach out to you. I think it's better for them because if you want to swap anything around, they'll already be in contact with you for it. And I'm going to get on the horn with them as soon as I stop this live stream to get you sorted out. And within moments, you will know which username you currently have and what's the old username and what you like to do with the two. So one last shot here, folks. I'm going to again share the link to the Traders Room. Glad that worked out. Very happy to hear that. So there's one last shot with the link from the Traders Room at 2box. Just bear with me patiently for the next, I'm going to say 3 to 5 minutes, and we will have you sorted out and you'll be able to get right into that software. Yeah, we can't give you a password. You'll have to set a new password yourself. We don't have access to passwords as a security feature, so that nobody could ever gain access to anybody's accounts. There's no way for us to access someone's password. But we will be reaching out momentarily, myself or someone else, and we will have you sorted very quickly with it here, I promise. So thank you all very much, and we will catch you on the next one. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.